G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Stationeers with slowly dropping CO2 levels in my greenhouse, which I have to determine the cause of. And I don't know what it is. At the end of last week, I managed to set up my filter so that more CO2 should be getting collected in the tanks because I'd run out of CO2. So there was a good reason that my CO2 levels in here had dropped. But I don't know why they're not going back up now that I've got CO2 available. Because we've got this line, which is the coolant line. No, this is the fresh air line, which I can't see from this side. So I'm going to go outside and see what it shows on the other side. I really should have put these one-way valves a bit further in so that I could diagnose the problem on this side. Why? Although, at the risk of another explosion, I do enjoy it when these problems crop up and you've got to figure it out. But this is actually dropping quite quickly. This has dropped 0.05 in the time since I loaded the game, so I'm on a bit of a time, under a bit of time pressure to get this fixed. Because once that hits 1% or less than 1%, those plants are going to suffocate. All of them. So what's the way to go down there? Let's use the lift. There shouldn't be a blammo today, unless I do something terribly wrong. Okay, so these are my two pipes going in. We have 40% CO2 in this line. And 11% CO2 in that line. Okay, I don't think the gas is getting into the greenhouse fast enough. I think that's the problem. I think I need more vents in the greenhouse. Because if both of these lines have more CO2 than the greenhouse, that means the plants are chewing through it faster than it can get in, I think. So I need pipes and I need some passive vents. Lots and lots and lots of pipes. And then I should be able to put some more passive vents around the greenhouse to hopefully help more rapidly equalize. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's all I need. I hope that's all I need to do. Let's just check the CO2 tank and make sure that it is increasing in pressure. It is not. Not really. 36.5 in the tank. This is on. This has reached its maximum. Right. It is 75, well, so almost 75% CO2. So that means we're getting 75% CO2 coming through this. Should be getting full, I would have thought. Oh yeah, it's going up slowly. It is going up slowly. That was 35.6 before, wasn't it? Or was it 36.5? Oh, I can't remember! Wait. If I do this... When I bring up messages, do I then... No. It's down to 36. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Any more ore you can cook that produces CO2? Well, I mean, I can make a whole bunch of steel. that's going to, because it's going to release a whole lot of CO2 from the iron and even more from the coal. But yeah, I don't know what else. I'm going to try these vents first, and then at least if I can get the room more similar to the, I can get the room space more similar to what's in the pipes. That's a big step in the right direction. I didn't need to come back here. Oh, don't worry, I've got the stock to restart. It'll be okay. Got heaps of seed stock. I know you guys are saying use mushrooms, but I feel like mushrooms are going to be a bigger task to get going than doing the pipes, because I will need to remove a whole bunch of plants, plant mushrooms in their place, make sure that their grow lights don't turn on, that sort of, and because otherwise they're going to be in brightness, and that's going to make it unhappy, and blah, 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 blah. Passive vent. Yeah. It's possible the CO2 ratio might need to be increased, though I'm reticent to do that because this is my breathable space. So if I increase that too far, I'm going to suffocate once it does reach equilibrium again. So that would be bad. Aha. Good, 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 good. I was wondering whether these would show color. Of the pipe that's going to them. So what I think I'll do is I'll add a bunch of the output vents first on this wall, and then I might add some extra input vents as well. Hopefully this will improve things significantly. Turn off my light. That's really bright. Active vent pushing out is capped. So yeah, I'm not using an active vent. This is all passive vents and pumps. There are no active vents. This is a completely bespoke system. First stream you've caught and catching up. So this was my first ever playthrough on Venus. And I started trying to learn how to do a whole bunch of Venusian cooling nonsense. And have reached a point where I'm mostly now dealing with problems of my own creation. For one reason or another. Problem of this week's problem is that I am running out of CO2 in my greenhouse. Which is a good problem to have because I need a whole lot more oxygen than I actually have, and I would really like to be able to get more oxygen so I can then pressurize the whole base. I currently do not have enough oxygen to do that, or even close. $4.75, we're still lower than before. I think if I make the pressure differential greater, I might be able to cycle the air through here faster. Oh, 4.78, it's gone up. No, Down again. Stop crushing my dreams, tablet. Oh yeah, right. That extra little boost might have been just local from my jetpack. Is it holding now? Yeah, maybe I'll up the differential so that more flow. Because at the moment I've got... I think I set it with a differential of like 5 kPa. If I up that to 10 or even more, I should have more gas going in and more gas coming out. Let's have a look. Oh. Right. I need to bring my laptop. I forgot. Hmm. Yeah, because if there's 41%, 42% CO2 on the input line and there's so little in the thing, we should be able to push that through and get more CO2 coming through. Hey, Shadow! How went the open Factorioing on your fancy new PC? All went well, I hope. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah, I could reduce the pressure regulator on the output line, but that'll drop the pressure inside the greenhouse, which I don't want to do. So, yes, the percentage of CO2 that is currently in this space is safe for the plants. It is, however, not stable. And therefore, is not safe for the plants. So I'm going to bring that on. Only one mod crash. Delightful. And you add the floor grates in the corners like the other floor. Oh! Alright. The only air exchange with up here is by the stairs, isn't it? I probably should fix that at some point. I should also put the pipes in to have inputs going up the top as well. Still have to get used to having only one monitor. I'm sure you will figure out a way to get another monitor soon enough, Shadow. Or you can start using your laptop as a stream PC. 4.65. Thanks, Ratfink. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. And thank you, Beldenick, for 23 months. Thank you, Paragon. And thank you, Matcha, for 5 years. 5 years. Ah. Thanks, Ratfink. Thank you very much. I'm now distracted and forgot what I was doing. Taking the laptop down to the thing to change the pressures. Yeah, you bought a 4070 Super for a reason, that reason being, don't let the stream steal performance. Let's turn you off, let's grab that, and let's see what's on this. Import. Room pressure. Define CO2 target, pressure target. Let's go up to 110. Confirm. Export. Let's see. Is this pipe now? Oh, there is no CO2 in that line. Yeah, there's 45 kilopascals in the tank. So the tank's going up. This line is at 47 kPa. What? Oh, I was reading the room. Huh. Not the pipe. Okay. Alright, that should do something. Now, I'm going to save this script so that I can load it up without having to take the whole chip out. Library, create new. Greenhouse gas balance. Okay, put that away. Just pump all the CO2 in the greenhouse. Yes, yes, yes. I know, you want things to explode. I get it. I don't want things to explode. Thank you, Blobby gonna get ya. Thank you for the 5 gift subs as well. Thank you very much. More vents. I think I've got enough pipes to put these vents in as well if I get another 4 of them. There we go. Let's go put them on the other side now. I need to get the olive green paint. Oh, Shadow. Send me a message and I'll send you a link to some solid quality but super cheap monitor arms. They're the ones I use. They're really cheap. I'd have to find it. I don't have it accessible quickly, but yeah. I presume they'll also be available in Europe because I think it's a brand that's available everywhere. But yeah. They're gas lift ones, so they're easy to move around and everything and readjust the position, and they're quite small. But, like, a fifth of the price of other similar ones. Shipping to and from Australia. Shadow's familiar with that. Shipping to and from Australia with anything is a nightmare. Gas lift, you know, kind of like your gas lift chairs, so it'll hold its position, but you don't need a lot of force to move it. Because they use some, I think it's like some sort of pressurized thingy on the inside. I don't know. What I've always known them to be called. Oh, I'm an idiot. I can't get those now. I have to steal one from downstairs to get the color. Yep. I think for the intake I might not go up this wall. Just trying to get behind the lockers is going to be tricky. Yeah, it's sort of pneumatic, but because it's, I think, is it still pneumatic if it's not under pressure? I don't know. It's weird. I've always seen them as like advertised as gas lift on the chairs, so I just kind of used that term, even though it's probably slightly wrong. Is what it is. Let's see if I've got enough pipes to get down to this end. I can at least have... Oh, I don't want that. I'll do it that way. I also don't need the sensor lenses on anymore. Yeah, I've previously bought some cheap ones off Amazon, and they were chunky, slowly dropped over time, and just not very nice. Whereas these other ones have actually managed to hold up the 32-inch screens that I've got quite well. Now that I say that out loud, I wonder how long it's going to be before we stop using inches on screens. And finally, that bit transitions to metric. .34. Still not great. 3D Addict, the tube mod is in this save. I've had it in the whole time. Because I'm on Venus, I'm building underground, so I don't have much option for doing aesthetics stuff, which is why the next time I play, I think I'm going to play on one of the easy planets so that I can do outside stuff and do fun stuff now that I know the tough stuff in the game a bit better. Oh dear. Which can was I eating? That one. Slowly eat through my canned food supply. .3. This is still going down. This is nuts. Am I going to need to set up... I think I'm going to need to set up another filter? Or maybe some other coolant thing? Or maybe I am going to have to grow... Okay, so... One of the reasons I'm hesitant to grow mushrooms other than having to set up a new greenhouse area for it is that I actually want the oxygen. So what I should ideally be figuring out here is how to get enough CO2 in here that I can have even more plants than I currently have. And I want to get CO2 from a non-oxygen source, so from outside. So if I can get more CO2 from the atmosphere and pump it in here somehow safely, that's what I need. Because I need to be able to plant even more plants to get more oxygen so that I can pressurize my whole base. So I think what I need to do is get that filter pushing even more CO2 in. But unfortunately, I think it's actually reached the pressure limits I set for it. Because I set pressure limits on the script running in the filter. And I think I may have reached that because they're having to go into the pre-cooling line. But I mean, it's gotten it up to almost 80% CO2. So it's as high as it's supposed to get. And it now comes down to a cooling throughput. Which is a problem that is not easy to fix. poop. I didn't want to have to do more cooling. Let's check my cooling setup and see that it hasn't broken again. Right. So I've only got a single AC running here, which is running at optimal settings. Something that I could do to allow me to run the 2 ACs, because they won't be... If the 2 ACs are running on independent circuits, will they still end up fighting each other? Because we think part of the problem that was created with the 2 ACs running was that one of them would drop the temperature and the other one would be raising the temperature to try and balance it. AC in the greenhouse, push the thermal load in. Yeah, I suppose I could put Venusian CO2 directly into the greenhouse up until a certain temperature, and then have it shut off. And that'll shift some of that thermal load onto the other cooling loop. That's an option. This is cool. Okay, so that's... I don't think the air conditioner is being overwhelmed yet. Because it's managing to push this up to nearly 100 degrees on this side, and yet is still at low on this side. It's still efficient, so I don't need another AC. That's not where the thing is. I kind of need another one of whole loop of this nonsense, if I want to speed this up. But let me check to see whether that's actually where the problem is. Because the other point where there could be a problem is in this heat exchanger. Whether it's quick enough. Whether having a faster heat exchanger would be better. We're going to wait for the next load to come through. Here we go.
Waste tank caution.
So that's raising fairly quickly. But maybe I could make it happen even faster. Maybe I could make the volume in this network even bigger so that the aircon's working more efficiently the whole time. Thanks, Hammer! Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Alt middle mouse. Is there a way to rebind? I have no idea if there's a way to rebind that to Hammer, unfortunately. Tex, are you in chat? You might know how to rebind things. You do funny rebinds in Space Engineers. Okay, so these are not the same temperature. So I could probably do 2 things. One, increase the pressure of CO2 within that line. And increase the volume of CO2 in that line by putting some inline tanks in. And then put another heat exchanger onto the cooling line to try and transfer the heat from that line into this coolant line more quickly. Okay. Tex, just curious if you've ever rebound alt, because I don't know, or does anyone know if you can rebind alt in Space Engineers? I don't know if you can. Thank you for the subs, Hammer. I always stick with default keybinds in Space Engineers because of doing tutorials, and in most games I stick to default. Because if I stick to default, it means I can say the key that I use for things, and people will have the correct key. All right. Cool things faster, cool things faster. I'm going to get some inline tanks. Insulated. Pipe utility. There's a part of me that's like, should I just put a big tank on? No, because I want it to stay the same volume. Same gas volume. Maybe use O2 as my cooling gas, as you had CO2 freeze for some reason before. Huh. That is an interesting thought. So it's going to be pretty hard for me to get oxygen to freeze. Huh. That's an interesting option. I'm thinking. I wish I could remember what we decided was the problem with with the freezing, exploding problem. I think it was the... Or was the CO2... Did the CO2 explode because the water did? Well, either way, what I'm thinking of doing here is two things. I'm going to start off by increasing the amount of CO2 in that line so that we've got more capacitance. I'll do that first. Then I'm going to add another heat exchanger. Yeah, that's that tank filled. Cool. I'll add another heat exchanger and see if we can move the gases through a bit more quickly.
Jetpack low.
Oh no. I regret my earlier decisions. I can't get these pipes back. Oh no. I think that pipe is forever lost. Oh no, get around here. There we go. Where'd the other two go? There's one. There's the other. Right, let's fill up my jetpack. Which is now up there.
Jetpack critical.
There we go. Now I can use these to fill up this CO2 line that I've expanded. What is the current pressure on it? Just to get an idea. So within this volume we have... Oh, why did my screen suddenly go so... Why is my arm at full stretch? I saw someone complaining about this on the Discord. What? How did I do that? I swear that's not as far as I normally hold this away from me. It looks really small. Can you guys even read that now? Like, is that coming through clear enough on stream? Oh, trippy. I did not know you could do this. Did I press some keybind that changed that? Oh man, what have I done? Can I reset that to default? Where's my FOV settings? um, what is the default FOV? Numpad enter. Oh, good. Yeah, that doesn't feel as far. That still feels far away. Or maybe now I'm just weirded out. No, it still feels small. Anyway, 3.1 megapascals. I've never had this bug before. This is literally the first time I've ever experienced this bug. In the same week as seeing someone report it on the Stationeers Discord. Need to reload to fix? Alright, I'm gonna reload. So that's gonna be very annoying if you guys can't see what I can see. Danny, 80 is common, but I play a whole bunch of games that use different FOVs. So like the default in Space Engineers is 70. The default in 7 Days to Die is 50. $80 may be common, but it is not everywhere. Now let's see. Can I? Yay! The tablet's back. Good. All right. At least we have a workaround. I'm happy. Doesn't need to be a perfect workaround. Just needs to be a workaround. Four megapascals. 1.6. All right. Dad joke time. My kid refuses to clean his room unless I raise his allowance. I said, I don't see why I should pay you to be good. When I was your age, I was good for nothing. And yes, blame Nuki World. They claimed it. Yeah, I thought that was a half-decent dad joke. Still a dad joke. Still, oh. But not bad, as dad jokes go. I do try to find the tolerable ones. Don't worry. I do my best to find tolerable ones. Yeah, a cell phone dad joke is the best type of dad joke. I feel like if you're a dad that does cell phones, you're doing all right. Especially if they're deliberate. Teaching your kids a useful skill of being able to laugh at themselves. Where is this CO2 coming from? Could I pump that CO2 into premix line as well? So I'm not needing to make another filter. Maybe I could. But again, I don't think it matters. I think the only thing that matters is getting this through, because it's like 80% CO2. It's just getting that cold CO2. What's this at now? 65 kilopascals. This is definitely going up. Okay. So my CO2 in my tank is going up, which means I am hopefully going to reach a point where the CO2 can be pumped through and reach the pressures that I want it to reach. But at the moment, the pump's going to be too slow because there's not enough gas in the line. But that should improve given enough time. It's just I don't know if the plants have that much time. I'm trying to raise this up to about 6 kilopascals. The coolant line before I build the next things onto it. I don't know that having an active vent in the greenhouse will really make any meaningful difference. Because I'm still reliant on this pump pushing the CO2 through into this line. So it'll empty this line, but then it'll do nothing beyond that. But I mean, when this line gets charged up to 1 megapascal, it's going to be able to pump through the gas quickly. And balance that out, hopefully. How's my oxygen going? 26.3 kilo... Wait, that's less than what I had before. Didn't I have 27 last week? You see my idea about using a heat exchanger with cooled gases for your first outside cooling step rather than AC. That way you can use phase change all the way. Danny, that feels high risk. Because if you ever get too much thermal load, you'll push so much heat through the system that you won't be able to cool that initial line. Because your other phase change loops will fail. So that seems like a very, very risky play. That would be reliant on having everything with various safeties on to make sure it didn't do that. Because yeah, once you primed the system, you could do that, and you could have a safety thing that then turns the ACs back on if you reach that point, and that would be a pretty cool system to do. I'm not sure I'm keen to do it myself at this point, but that's quite a cool way to do things, and I could totally see a real-world system being set up that way. All right, let's see. Where are we at? We're at 6.3 megapascals. It's all really hot because I've just put so much hot gas into it, but is that also hot because of this? No. Yes. Or have I heated that up? Because I've got the heat exchanger, it goes both ways. Yeah. So I think I could do something temporarily to drop that a bit more quickly. Run both ACs to push this through and bring this back to a functional system. And then turn this one off. Actually, I could write a little script for this AC to turn itself on and off. Or do I need to? Or do I just set this one to be a higher temperature? No, because then it'll try and keep it. No, I do need this one to turn itself off. So a little script in it. Yeah. Yeah, now I know what I'm doing with that. I could actually do that. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's go make an IC 10. I'm gonna make that one turn itself off. The other one could just keep running. Need some gold. All right. Finishing time. Uh-oh. Mining time, unless there's gold in here. There is. This goes in. No! There's biomass in there! Why did I have biomass in there? Oh, that's annoying. Oh, never mind. That's not how it... Oh wait, no. That is how I expected that to come out. Yeah, I thought I would have taken all of the biomass out of it, not left it in. Why did I leave something in the furnace? That's just daft. That's just creating this situation. Why? Why would I do that? Oops. Let's do that again.
Hydration critical.
Do. Bit more. I'll do. Yeah, so yes, the furnace floor perfectly pristine and then the recycling area which is all grey and drab. My original, well, my thought before I remembered what I was actually needing to do today was that today's stream was going to be me decorating the base and making it pretty. And then as I was going to bed last night, I'm like, wait a second. There was something really important I was supposed to be doing this stream. Oh, that's right. My plants were going to suffocate. I need to change the name of my stream when I wake up. Because I've said it wrong. I'm not going to be decorating. I'm going to be trying to save all my plants. I should probably empty out the centrifuges. They're probably full. No. Oh, wait, never mind. All came out as one. Have you got anything in you? How did that get the gold in it? Anyway, I've got gold now. I need for this. Then I can make the thing, and I can make a quick script, and we can have it keeping that AC doing stuff when it needs to. And heat exchanger. Large direct. Needs some steel. That's silver. I'm going to have to make some steel. Thanks for looking at that, Tex. Doesn't surprise me that SE doesn't let you change some of those keybinds. You could use some sort of weird controller remapping software, though. That might enable it as a thing. Okay, so... What I need to do is... Let's bring up... air conditioner. I want to read temperature input. And if temperature input is less than 20 degrees, I want to turn it off. That's it. That's pretty simple. Edit. We'll clear this. So, for this one, thanks, Founder Builders. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thank you, Ecommond. Thank you for the 20 months. And no blamo today. Yet. I'm about to mess with something that could. My large furry door inspector is currently leaving the building. Jason Pace. I like that description. So, what am I doing? Loading. Logic type was temperature input. One second, just gonna close my door. It's cold this morning. There we go, Mac. She does have a good sense of timing, yes. So, what was... It's like... what's the... What's the thing I've been using to set... based on... Oh, man. What's the function that I've been using to turn stuff on and off? Why am I forgetting this? Scroll faster. SBN? No. SD? Stores register value to logic type on device by direct ID reference. It's one of these two. Set equal? I've forgotten what I'm doing. Set greater than R14. If A is greater than B, if R15. R14 is no, this. I'm just going to write this and then you guys can tell me the function that I was thinking of that I was missing. And hopefully you can tell me. So set greater than. So R15 will be equal 1 if A is greater than B. R15 is greater than 20. And then I need to SDB. No, set DB mode R14. Yeah. Like there was something I could do that made this neater, but it's escaping me. Yeah, I should pause things when I'm in the coding screen, I know. But this should work, right? If the temperature input is greater than 20, mode will become 1, which is on. If not, mode will become 0, which is off. I swear there was a more efficient way of doing this that you guys have made me use before. Just can't think of where. Also, it's not working. It didn't turn off then. Oh, it should be 290. That's a good point. Yes, because it's Kelvin, not Celsius. That's why it didn't turn off. 293. Alright. Now that I'm heavy breathing, I'm going to go back into the greenhouse and check things out. And then I'll come back and make some steel so that I can make another heat exchanger. Because we can definitely move energy into this pipe a bit more quickly. Yeah, I probably don't need to use another heat exchange, but I'm just trying to think of other bits that I can potentially optimize. How are things looking here? Oh, we're down to 3%! It's still going down! It's still going down! Oh, jeez. Thanks, Thoradon! Thank you so much for 50 months! Thank you for... Words. Words to that effect, yes. I don't think running my jetpack is an efficient way to, or even a remotely effective way for me to increase the CO2 in here. It is a very slow thing. I mean, I could harvest my ferns down here. But I kind of... I'll keep an eye on it. If it drops below 2.5%... Actually, if it drops below 2%, I will then turn off my Larrys and I'll harvest all my ferns. But... I'm still getting that O2 that I want. So I'm still getting what I want. This gives me a nice... Can I actually make this better thing. What? You guys can see that value on the KPA readout, right? Huh. Okay. Oh! Hang on. I'm gonna check something. Am I slowing down the rate of transfer of gases because I've got multiple separate networks and the network volume is small? So if I had inline tanks on these, would I transfer quicker? I mean, they're not emptying, so probably not. And they're not equilibrating with the... Oh wait, it is now. That's actually... Okay. So with the extra vents, we are getting equal to the input, but the output... Yeah, the extra vents have actually made this equalize perfectly. Okay. I wonder if the ones on the other side of this are equalizing properly. I'm gonna do a thing. Wait, isn't that a one-way valve? Has the one-way valve model changed since I placed those down? Or is the build model weird? I have levers now. I would have thought the existing one would have gotten the lever. What? How did they... What? 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 Huh. Huh. That's not how I expected that would have gone. Okay. This is gonna be part of the problem, right? This is not moving into this very quickly at all. So we got 40% CO2 on this side, and only 3 on this side. How do I speed that up? The pressure's equal, but the gas mix is different. So really the only way this is going to fix itself is once I get that CO2 line pressurized enough that it can pressurize this, leading out this pipe that I'm looking at right now up to 110 kPa, which is what it's trying to push it to. What other options do I have to do my gas mixing? I don't want to do it in here. Although that might have made sense to have the gas mixer inside the greenhouse. No, an active vent would not fix this. Because it'll just drain this line empty, which doesn't achieve the goal, because once this is empty, then we end up with a temporary boost of CO2, but it's only temporary. Why do I have a one-way valve on this bit? Do I need one on this bit? I need one on this bit because I don't want this backflowing. But do I need a one-way valve on this bit? Yeah, this was to keep rooms isolated in case something went wrong. so that I wouldn't kill off my greenhouse if everything else, if another room... Dang, safety's causing more problems. It's annoying. I feel like this is a problem that I have solved. I just have to wait a long time for my current setup to solve it. And I'm not sure that it will solve itself before everything breaks, i.e. plants die. Because this is very slowly climbing. And the percentage of CO2 in this that's going through the cooler is getting higher, so I should get more CO2 through. Yeah, I suppose I could temporarily decrease the back pressure and just to get this to cycle through quicker to begin with. Oh, that's not what I want to do. And just get the gases to mix now. Trouble is the back pressure is going to struggle doing much. Because this pressure, the pipe pressure in here is high now. No, the brown is not the waste pipe to outside. The brown is the one that gets sorted because this is where I'm collecting my oxygen from. So the way the greenhouse works is the purple gas line, which is supposed to be a gas mix of about 50% CO2, 30% oxygen and 20% nitrogen, I think, something like that. That goes into the greenhouse. The green line comes out of the greenhouse, theoretically, with higher O2 than this. So that O2 and everything can get mixed back into our main line where the O2 will get filtered off. And so I have this cycle of air going through. The pressure on this side should be higher than the pressure on this side generating flow. The trouble is, the only gas that's trying to be added right now is the CO2, and the CO2 pressure isn't high enough to actually create a high enough pressure differential to generate flow. And it was working great for a long time, but I then made a whole lot of extra plants. It stopped being effective at that point. It does make me wonder whether I should filter the O2 directly from the greenhouse. As in, set up another branch off this green line that just takes oxygen and puts it straight into the oxygen tank, thereby reducing the pressure in this line through direct removal of the thing that I'm trying to remove. The thing is, it's going to come off warm, and that's going to gradually heat up my oxygen tank, which I don't want to do. So I'd need a heat exchanger on the oxygen line to coolant somewhere to keep it cool, but the root cause is that I don't have enough pressure on my sorting lines. As sorted lines. The only reason the pressure is high on this brown line right now is because I'm trying to get CO2 from outside, and so I'm pumping CO2 in to try and catch up, basically, because I was dumping CO2 for so long and forgot that I did that. So any of the CO2 that was coming out of the greenhouse was going out into the world atmosphere, so I was actually deleting CO2 from my base for a long time. And so I was deleting CO2 and I was adding O2, and it's going to take a while for that equilibrium to rectify. And yeah, I dumped CO2 without safety checks. That's correct. And I completely forgot that I was even doing it, which is even worse. Do I just dump some CO2 from the greenhouse into here? Huh. I mean, I could temporarily move some of it. Dump the greenhouse gas, the gases from the greenhouse just into my general base. So you should be off. Because I could just run a filter. Oh, this is tricky. This is tricky. There are so many options and none of them seem good. At all. Hey, Dwemer. How could I'm gonna do something as a temporary, I'm curious how much of a difference this will make kind of setup. Just to buy me more time to see if my current fixes are indeed fixes. So what I need is a valve. Got a couple of bits of pipe there, so that's fine. That's what I need. And I've got a passive vent. That's also what I need. Let's go grab 2 of those CO2 tanks. Yeah, let's grab all 3. Actually, no. That pipe should just moraine. Yep. Yep. I'm gonna dump these 3 tanks into the greenhouse. I want to see how much temperature shift there should be, which will be minimal. But I'm curious how much the CO2 will shift with 3 big smart canisters going. Oops, I am currently bringing in CO2 from outside into the base. That's literally the solution that I'm using. That is entirely what I am doing. It just takes a while to cool it down to safe temperatures. To make it usable. I did not bring a thing to put the canisters in. Forgot a step. Need a pipe utility kit. Call down a trader and buy some CO2, get it in liquid and make it really hard to deal with as well. Oh dear. Oh, no utility kits up on the wall? There was a valve though, I missed that. Do. Alright. Here we go again. I don't have too many plants. I refuse to acknowledge that I might have too many plants. I have just enough plants to do the things. Oh, there was one over there. How did I miss that one? There were two over here. Oh, I can put all three on them. Down then. Oops. And then vent. So, the reason for the one-way valve is that I didn't want backflow to go into these canisters because I don't want them full of nitrogen and oxygen. Okay, it's brought down here up to 6% from 3% it was at. Wonder how long it'll take for it to equalize out though. The number of plants is too small and the ratio of CO2 is also too small. If the pressure in here is at 102 kPa, that means my back pressure regulator is not working. And I possibly need to use a pump with a safety script on it. There's too many things that are slightly getting in the way, but not enough to feel like fixing them will fix the whole problem. Really annoying. Yeah, they are slow. They are really slow. I mean, yes, I could use the turbo pump to quickly empty out the line. That was what it's there for. Boy. Even the super pump can't do it. It did as much as it could, now it's stopped. Because the pressure differential's too high. Oh dear. Okay. That changes things a bit then. Yeah, the turbo pump's cranked up. Well, it's not fully cranked. It could have gone double that, but it doesn't matter. If it can't pump against that pressure, then it can't pump. Um, so it's not gonna work. And I'm not really of a mind to want to do the whole pump it till it's like stepwise pumping like I do the ACs. But that has created a bit of reduced pressure in the pipes temporarily. But I don't think it's enough to matter. How do I do this to make it work better? Because a pump on this line is not going to work. Because it's going to be pushing uphill and it's going to struggle. There is a pump on the CO2 line. It's right there. It's constantly on. What? What else can I even do here? There's just if the turbo pump can't work, what the heck can? Why? This feels like something's broken. This feels like the turbo pump isn't working properly. Because I would have been certain that the turbo pump could push uphill a gradient more than 1 megapascal. Why can the turbo pump not pump uphill more than that? Surely it can, because it pumps stronger than the... It's more powerful than other pumps. Why is that not working? That feels like something's broken. I might dismantle that one and rebuild it just to see if something weird's going on there. Because that's not right. When I turn this on, it should be able to empty this thing completely. Vox, you're clearly not paying attention. Stop screaming it's off. I've turned it on 3 times. Jeez. Don't all caps me when I'm not being silly. I mean, I don't care. It's just fun to yell back at. This shouldn't make any difference. The back pressure regulator is only going to allow flow in that direction. So it's not going to make any difference. Something's broken here. This feels broken. Because that is a tiny pressure differential, and it is failing. So that's at its max pump through, and it's not doing anything. Wait a second. Was my script messing with the turbo pump? It shouldn't have been, right? No. I plugged it in, but I never actually used it. Okay, so we're at 99 kPa. We're at 100 liters of volume. We turn the pump on. We drop to 94 kilopascals and the pump stops. I turn that off. The pressure actually rises. What? What is stopping this pump from working? I'm so confused. You reckon the valve from the greenhouse is filling it fast? Could be. You could be right. It could be just each tick the pipe fills enough. And that it's not actually the pump. It's just that there's so many vents filling in that pipe that it equalizes to the room pressure, and the room is going to take that long to pump out, especially moving only 100 liters of 93 kPa gas. Yeah, that could be right. Let's just leave that running for a bit. It's going to eat my base's power, but leave that running for a bit, and then let's go check what's happening in the greenhouse. Okay. Greenhouse is saying 97.7 kilopascals. CO2 is at 3.21%. And dropping. Even though it should be rising, because there should be more CO2 coming in on the new fresh gas that's coming in. This is an unexpected problem. I was not expecting my CO2 supplies to be an issue. Yeah, I do have a big room filling pipes. That is true. But I've also got big pipes. It does feel like that pump's not working properly though, because if the pump was working properly, I would have thought it would actually empty or near empty the pipe each tick, and then the pipe would get filled. But I guess the pipe volume is large enough that it doesn't, because the pipe volume is probably greater than 100 liters, which means each tick it's doing, oh, greater than 50 liters, sorry, because it's 50 liters per tick, 100 liters per second. So if the pipe volume is greater than 50 liters, it won't be able to empty it, and then it gets refilled the next tick by the gas in here. And it's also not, the room pressure shouldn't drop because it's then going to get refilled by the gases on the other side. So in practice, what I probably could have done with this setup was, instead of running a back pressure regulator, just run a pump. Which I didn't do at the time because I was much more power restricted at that stage. So if I block the inlet valve, the pressure in the room should slowly drop. And then when I open it, I should get a rush of CO2 in because more oxygen will be out. So it hopefully should exchange this gas more quickly by allowing the higher percentage oxygen to leave rather than being mixed so quickly and very, very, very slow. Will the pipes blow up? No, because these pipes are pressure regulated. This pipe here is pressure regulated. I've got my script regulating that, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Hydration critical.
Hopefully it's still breathable in here because I need to eat and drink. Should do that before it becomes definitely not breathable. Here's my suit too. Get my hygiene a bit better. Nuki World, the pumps, I already have a system that does that. I already have a system that turns on and off the CO2 pump when the CO2 drops. I think this has, in a few ways, gone outside the bounds of a system that can be fixed in a timely fashion. I think if I left this for, 100 hours, it would equilibrate eventually. But we don't have 100 hours for the plants, so I gotta be a bit more quick about it. So I gotta figure out quicker ways to do it that are then going to allow me to get back to that equilibrated state, hopefully. But then it'll be interesting to see, once I have brought the CO2 back up, whether my system actually does bring enough CO2 in for the plants. Which it should be able to do once the CO2 tank reaches a pressure that's high enough for the pump to pump CO2 in quick enough to supply the room with CO2. But I think I probably need to increase flow rates overall, which makes me wonder whether all of the vents in here should be active vents going both ways, or at least active vents sucking in the gas to drop the room pressure quicker. But then I'm worried about how I will actually be able to set that up to be managed so that it doesn't explode, which I don't like the idea of doing for that reason. There's Silly String. Sorry, I missed that earlier. It's a very slow system, even with that Uber pump working. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea to replace this one-way valve just in case it is a problem. Move it to the new type. I doubt it's doing anything significant, but probably not a bad idea to replace it anyway. Down to 94 kilopascals. How low should I realistically drop this? Don't know. No, the Shadow Drake, the reason I think the active vent thing will be painful is because of all the cables running in these walls, and trying to connect the vents to each other in a way that I can control them all at once is going to be not fun. Yeah, the one-way valves there are to protect me in case of poisoning in one room. Then I can just close those valves. The idea was that I would hopefully eventually close those valves. Something I am noticing though. The CO2 levels are only dropping very slowly. Even with that valve closed. So was my system working at all? Thanks, Ethan. Thank you for lucky 13 months. And thank you for doing 6 months in advance. Alright. Well, this has been a lot of me running around like a chicken with a head cut off, not really doing anything and just trying to think through potential solutions. Yeah, did I disable these vents, or are these vents still operating? These vents are probably still operating. Making this even worse. Making this not do what I wanted it to do. Of dropping the room pressure quicker. There we go. I think that's working faster now. Or not. It's just gone up. Alright. Let's figure out where I want to set up a system to drain the O2 from here. But I need to work out where I'm going to cool that O2. Doesn't need to cool much, but it does need to cool. I could just pass it through an air conditioner. An independent air conditioner that just cools it. It's just active on the O2 line. In fact, I could even do it all down in the basement of the greenhouse and utilize this cooling loop to deal with that thermal load. How is this one holding up? It's not doing super well. That's getting really hot. Oh, wait a second. Is that getting hotter because I've got the line shut so that I've got all the heat in that room is only being dealt with by this cooling setup now? See you, Goober. Yeah, I think I can just run another aircon off that to cool the O2. Alternatively, could I run it into this one? So let me think. If I was dumping heat... Yeah, to be an independent one, it'd push Push the heat into there. Would it then mess this line up? I don't think it would. Maybe that would make sense. Set up an air conditioner that's got the O2 on one side and then the output goes to that line. I mean, I could even have the waste be this side of it. That would make it safer. Yeah, okay. So first step is make the O2 cold to the level that I want it to be. Then the second step will be set up a filter that pulls O2 out of the greenhouse independently straight into the oxygen line. So I'm going to need a lot of pipe, which means I'm going to need more silicon. How's the CO2 tank getting on? Last check it was like 70-something kilopascals. It's now at 103. Ooh, it's almost above room pressure, or usual room pressure, so that's good. It is above usual room pressure, I should say. That's good. Do I want to turn off that turbo pump? No. No. I'm deliberately leaving it on, trying to drain the room of gas. At least a bit. No, grunt blender. That's... No. No. No, that is not what I want to do. Oh, are you talking about putting the air conditioner against... No, that's also not what I want to do. I don't want to put the air conditioner against this because this gets super hot and then the air conditioner is not going to work. It's going to be pushing against super, super hot. So the air conditioner won't work. I need to use the air conditioner against something that's already relatively cool. Equally, I don't want to put filtered O2 into the dump tank to then filter it again because that seems too many redundancies. See, it does. Power is good. Power is really good. So, make pipes, which means more silicon. Have I got some up on the wall? I do not. Was this steel? This was steel, wasn't it? I need both steel and silicon. Yes. Alright, let's make some steel. Danny, I do have a base-wide cooling thing. It's just not as powerful as my thing for cooling down everything else. Alright, what the heck? Let's do the silicon first. Hey, why are you like that? Yep. Everything is basically boiling down to it's boiling outside. And there's only so much outside I can handle at any particular point in time. So, I'm stuck waiting for cooling to happen. Danny, I am tapping into that cooling. That's literally the setup that I'm planning. It's just using a heat exchanger on it doesn't work because I'm constantly dumping a lot of heat into it. So if I used a heat exchanger, I'd have constantly fluctuating oxygen temperatures rather than cooled. So I need to use an AC to prevent the backflow of heat into that system. I'm effectively using the air conditioner as a one-way heat valve. It is a heat pump, I guess. Rather directly. Let's do more. No more in there, no more in there. More in here. So yeah, it's my system is a bit odd and a bit difficult to keep track of. I'm sure especially if you're not the person walking around in my base. But it does work. Just, it's odd. Alright, we'll do 750, that's enough for the moment. Yeah, pump it all out. Yes, I could make more phase change heat pumps. I don't want to, but I could. Making each of those just takes so much time. One of the biggest things I think that happens during a Stationeers playthrough for me that gets to this level of complexity is that every decision that I try and do is anything that I try and implement is just going to take so long to implement that I'm like, I don't want to. Which is why this is a rare playthrough in how far I have gotten. I've never made a base this complete before. So these are all new problems for me as well. New problems, new experiences. It's fun. It's just tough trying to decide what the right thing to do at any particular time is because there are so many options. I'm gonna have to go out and mine some iron, I think. I'm gonna put all these... Actually, gold should go in the gold bag. Should have sorted these bags ages ago. And that's full. Right, that's just got copper and stuff and I'm out of iron, I think. Yep. Alright. So how much iron did I end up with? $450. How much more? Might be enough to make a batch of stuff. So yeah, 450. So if I put 150 coal in, or I can use my fancy new charcoal. But I won't, because I want the CO2. Alright, that's the right ratios. Yeah, it's kind of cool that I've managed to get this to the point where I am actually almost self-sustaining. Like, I could easily rectify my current situation by just buying in more resources, but I've chosen not to because it's kind of fun to not just buy them in. Alright, about the steel. Uh, Corendry, I deliberately don't like, I don't like, why did I go around this way? I don't like the idea of having multiple small greenhouses, because it just means that you end up with more airlocks to go through, and airlocks suck. I am so hateful of internal base airlocks after the Europa playthrough I did with Capac, and we had the world's slowest airlocks because I didn't know what I was doing. And that time spent in those airlocks, me manually pressing the elevator music sound because it was so long, has made me just universally hate internal airlocks. Safety airlocks I would love to eventually figure out how to set up and make so that you can have airlocks, but they're only there and they're open as long as everything's fine. But just as a general thing, I like to try and make rooms like that properly connected so that you're not constantly going through airlocks. Yeah, I may as well check on the water. This is going to take a while for me to make enough pipes for what I'm planning on doing. I have almost 87 liters. Because that's going to need to be cooled down at some point soon. Alright. So, pipes. I want to get another AC built, so I'm going to need to build an air conditioner or find an atmospherics kit, which I probably have one around. Danny, I wouldn't use pressure for safety airlocks. I would use certain gas detections. If it detects a gas that is bad, shut. Or even a gas mix that's wrong, shut. Because it's not really outside I'm trying to deal with, it's sort of inside. Okay. So I should be able to run the filter off this green line just to pull straight into the O2 line. And if I set up an air conditioner, where would make sense? So I don't want to just slap things in the middle of the floor. Yep, the turbo pump is trying to completely empty the room. It's failing, but it is getting there. It's down to 74 kilopascals. In fact, that might be enough. I could... we still got 2% CO2. I'm going to leave it a bit longer. I'm going to leave this until... as long as I remember to check it. If I see the CO2 is below 1.5%, I will then turn off the turbo pump and open the valve, and hopefully we'll see the CO2 rise considerably because this line is charged with 45%. And this is now up to 123 kilopascals, which will drop obviously rather quickly when the room starts to mix and blah, 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 but that's fine. But there is actually CO2 accumulating at the moment as well. So, cooling oxygen. Let's put it below the oxygen then, which is here anyway. So, put that there. I got any pipes around here? Probably not. Grab these though. Oops, what am I doing? Press the wrong key. Oh dear, Shizu. Got 60 more pipes. Don't know that I need too many more. Let's grab these. Okay, so if I keep the O2 tank at, I try for 15 degrees or do I go for 20? Might go for 20. Don't push it too hard. Then what I need is waste line going over to this input line. Should work. And I can just bring this straight across from the waste. And then I just hook up the O2 line to this, and we can turn on the air conditioner and start cooling the O2. Then I can set up another filter, which I'll set up over here, because it's going to be pulling from the green and pushing into the white. Although I could probably set it up over here. Actually, I might move this. Might move that one. So I'm going to have the filter first and then the air conditioner next to it. The haze is just a Venus thing. You can't get rid of it. It's just a thing. Just Venus things. Another atmospherics. And got basic pipes. I'm going to need more cable. And what else do I need? I think that might be all. I think it'll just be painting the pipes the right color. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to need filters. Let's get a couple of filters. Road Soldier, on Venus, no, there are not day-night temperature differences. There are storm, no storm temperature differences, but they are quite small, and the storms are unpredictable and inconsistent, so the usefulness of them is very limited. No, you cannot get rid of the Venus haze no matter what. It is a thing that exists no matter what. You cannot get rid of it. It is just a thing. And I don't mind it. Makes me know when it's daylight outside. Okay, that's enough cable for the moment. Let's go make some things. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna have to move this across. He's too close. Wrench. Not quite sure what was going on with my partner and my dog and the door then, but sure. Filtration. Yeah, that's the way around I want it. I'll put the filter there. Then I'll put the AC there. We should be able to make this neat. So hard to know how much space to leave in this game. Alright, so that's those. Let's pick up this pipe. I'll finish connecting the CO2 line first. Alright. Aircon waste line goes over here and it's going to be full of CO2. That's the easy bit. At some point in the future, it is entirely possible, unless the terrain update comes along before then, that I'm going to regret placing this along the floor. Alright, so CO2 goes in there, and then this will be oxygen to both of those, and oxygen from the output from the filtered. So I need some white pipes. In fact, I probably need to go grab the rest of those pipes. Sure, I'll check the greenhouse once I get back. Make that stack white. Make that's one car key. Up down. Check the greenhouse. Yep. Alright, time to turn off the pump. And then I need to go back around to the greenhouse and turn on that valve. And we will see what happens. Just out of curiosity, pressure in this tank is 142 kilopascals. Let's see what it is after. Do-do-do-do-do. So we are at 1.41% CO2. Up on the balcony. And the valve is now open. That's not a good sign. Pressure is taking a very long time to rise. Why is the pressure taking so long to rise? I'm beginning to wonder. Something funky with my green pipe. No, it looks healthy. Huh. Pressure of 80, and what's the pressure on this side? Okay, so yeah, the pumps on the far end are just too slow to rapidly fill the room. Well, that's not good. This might be a big problem. Yep, so do I'm going to PAX. I'll be there next weekend. That's really not good.
Hydration critical.
So that means I'm not going to get this room filled up. I don't think the pumps are the problem. It's the pre-pump pressures that are the problem. It's the same problem with the CO2 being low again. Shadow Drake, expanding the pipes with inline tanks would have helped if I did it before I started filling this, but we're now back in the same problem of this pipe isn't full enough for the pump to pump through enough for it to matter. We're moving only 5 liters per second or 10 liters per second of 147 kilopascals. So that's going to take years to fill. The pressure's just not high enough on the CO2 side of things. I don't want to touch this with, I don't want to replace this with a turbo pump because that's just going to create other issues, like with my script and things, and I don't want to mess with it. All right, we'll just leave that. Check in again on it in a bit. We're gonna do this oxygen stuff first. So unfiltered, that will be going to brown. So I probably wanted brown, not khaki. I need khaki to be the input. So let's actually start with that. I think I'll just do this straight along line. That needs to join on to input.
Waste tank caution.
Waste tank caution. Deal with you in a moment. Perfect. Now I need some brown pipes. Oops. Need to throw that on the ground. Khaki is kind of a browner olive green. At least that's what I've always known it as. Unfiltered needs to go into that brown line. So we go filtered and I bring it out the back side of this. Maybe there. And then bring it along to where the air conditioner is going to be working on it. And the brown pipe can go this. And could come off here. think that'll look tidy enough. Yeah, I get the impression that the people clamoring for pumps in chat are wanting me to blow something up. I'm doing my best to resist any of that. Okay, air conditioner. Input and output. Just got to hook them up to the main oxygen storage line now. Which I can do by tapping off the back here. Just to keep it consistent with the design of the other two. Yeah, I am slowly doing things with IC-10 that stop explosions. But I also don't want to be constantly doing that. I don't want to be spending all my time trying to fix things so that they can't explode. I want to make systems that might work without needing that sort of protection. I'm going to want to put some code on this filtration setup because I don't want it pulling out every little bit of O2. Oh wait, that O2 gets filtered anyway. Yes, I do. Never mind. The filtered O2 doesn't go back into the gas mix anyway, so it doesn't matter. Can I just tap off from that? APC? I probably can. Shouldn't create any problems. Oh, great. Heavy breathing. It's not what I want when I have an uncertain level of breathability in my greenhouse again. Actually, it should be very safe in the greenhouse because it's too much oxygen. Okay. Air conditioner on. Start. Oxygen is currently at 18 degrees, so it's going to try and warm it. So that's not ideal. Put it to 15. Then filter. On. So, the reason that removing oxygen from the greenhouse will not make it not breathable is that oxygen then gets pumped back in once it gets too low. So oxygen will always be coming back in anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem. And as I've currently got this set up, this pipe system here has... I feel like I want this back pressure regulator moved up to there and a one-way valve put in its place. Because then I don't end up reducing the pressure quite so much, but I'll deal with that if it's going to be a problem later. We're at 81. I'm gonna go see what the greenhouse is looking like. Was it 1.4-ish% before, so let's see if it's gone up at all. Hopefully has. Nope. It's worse. Ah, okay. This sucks. This really sucks. I thought I had a clever system that would just effectively, it's not really osmosis, but through gas mixing, just general turbulent gas mixing would gradually balance the greenhouse. But my system is too low flow to work.
Health low.
I should probably pull up my ferns down here at least. Because I definitely need to rethink my system from scratch, I think. Annoyingly, I do think this would fix itself if I just had more CO2. But I'm not sure anymore. I did think that, I should say. Oops. Oh, I really don't want to mess with this. Also, look at all this biomass. Eat and drink. No, Shadow Drake, it's the pipe volumes are not the problem. You can tell that the pipe volumes are not the problem because the pipe, the stuff before the pipe isn't actually getting full either. The pump is running constantly. It's running absolutely constantly, so the pipe volume doesn't matter. As I said before, while it would have created a nice little buffer when I had been draining the greenhouse of air, and so I would have had an initial rush, it still would have reached the same equilibrium that it's at right now, which is there's not enough CO2 for the pump to fill the pipe. Pipes don't have infinite flow rate if you have two separate pipe systems. Pipes have no flow at all. Pipes are a singular entity. They don't have flow, so they don't have a flow rate. Yeah, honestly, I think you may be right. I think it might. The reason I wanted to mix in the pipe room was that I thought this would be a way to have a breathable gas mix throughout the entire base being managed centrally. but it does feel like it would be better to just pump CO2 in, sensing what is in the greenhouse at the moment. The other option I could do, I suppose, is if I run cable from here, and instead of using the pipe analyzer as my goal for what's going in, I use a sensor that's in the greenhouse that says CO2 is low, pump CO2. And it just doesn't ever pump the other two until the CO2, like it only pumps them when they're wrong in there. But I don't think I'm going to be able to run that cabling through there in a way that's useful. My hope had been that by having the same pipe volume running through there and having enough passive vents, it would effectively be the same thing, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. Which is annoying. I think I'm going to get rid of my one-way valves. I want a green. And I want a purple, which I think is in the gun. Yep. Nitrogen is used up by the greenhouse, yes, because I have a soybeans. So I think if I get rid of these valves, what I effectively do is create a situation, at least if I get rid of this valve, I create a situation where my sensor is sensing what's in this room, and so we'll be working off that same thing rather than whatever this valve is allowing to get through. Which should be the closest solution. I don't actually need to get rid of the other one, I don't think. Because now that's going to read 1.48% at the reader, which means it's going to solely focus on putting CO2 in. And it shouldn't, the O2 pump should never turn on again until that's fixed. And so this is effectively doing what I was just saying, and having the room isolated is probably only really relevant to have it isolated on the output, not on the input. Because the input's correct. The input is fixed. Of course, it does mean that the input then mixes with whatever other rooms are connected, but at this point, I don't think I'm going to set up safeties for separate rooms. I just don't think that's going to happen, so I may as well forget about that and hopefully simplify the system a bit. Therefore making it easier to detect the problems and hopefully then easier to fix them. The other thing I should have done just then was grabbed those 3 CO2 canisters and brought them in here. For what little it is worth. .36. We are getting dangerous. No, the backflow regulator needs to be... Actually, the backflow regulator is intentionally set to a lower pressure. Wait, did that help? Why did I set that to lower? I set that to lower to try and create a bigger differential so that this volume, this pipe volume is higher pressure than this one. But I don't think it actually made any difference. I mean, it theoretically should have, but I was trying to create a bigger differential to create more flow. Yeah, Logic transmitters could work, but then I need like minimum 3 of them. Whereas getting rid of the valve meant that I can now read what's in the room from here. Which is entirely dependent on my low pressure lines rather than my relatively high pressure line. Especially as the O2 filter, I think, is pulling off gas quite quickly. In fact, the O2 filter is pulling off gas really quickly. I think. That's dropped this down to 69 kilopascals. I think that's doing it faster than the turbo pump was. My worry is I'll pull out the O2 faster than I'm putting the CO2 in and end up with the pressure getting too low for the plants. But I can let this get as low as 50 kPa. In fact, that's probably what I want this to have its safeties at, so that this line doesn't get below a certain pressure threshold. So I'm going to go make myself another little chip to put into that AC. That filter, I should say. Atmospherics unit. No, Saramand, people were telling me to make mushrooms earlier, but I specifically don't want to grow mushrooms. The issue is not an excess of O2, the issue is a dearth of CO2. I want the O2. I need it to pressurize my base, so I want the O2 production. I just want to get enough CO2 input to match it. No, Danny, that doesn't work either. I can't not have O2 pumped in because I need that to be breathable. I want it to be breathable. If I don't pump in O2, it's not going to be breathable. Oh, condensation is happening in the pipe? What? Could I'm just thinking whether you could be right, whether I should instead loop this back around to here and have it on the regular pipe rather than pumping through. I just put it on the waste because it was all, like, it's all going to go up there anyway. Which joins onto the hot side. Which doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't think it matters. First of all, okay, because so many people in chat are misunderstanding how this system works, I'm going to explain it from scratch. Because you guys are missing some key functions of this system that I want to have, and I am having, regardless of other people's opinions of them, I'm having them anyway. This O2 pump is not functional. It is switched off. there is too much O2 in the system, it switches off. It's automatic. It's off. I am not putting oxygen into the greenhouse at all because it's never turning on. It'll only turn on if the oxygen levels drop low enough that I can't breathe there, which is a good thing because I want to be able to eat and drink in my greenhouse. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everyone why I left my O2 on? Why that pump is existing even though it's not functional? It doesn't matter. Everyone's obsessed with this pump, but it's not even doing anything. Also, I just realized something. That was set at 5 liters. Gamery, why are you reposting other people's messages? That's really weird. Thanks, Mr. Titan. Thank you for the 50 months. All right, so what I want to do is probably switch this off when the room pressure drops below. Realistically, it should already be off. Yeah, it is hard to believe it's all been that long. What pressure do I want this to stop at? 80, probably? Like, I know I'm pushing it below 80 right now, but that's to try and increase the CO2 reading, which are going up. It's 1.7 now. CO2 is going up. I'm defeating the plants to save them. I'm slowly winning this battle. Although, the ratio is going up. I don't know if the absolute amount is going up, so I may still be losing. Because I'm only looking at ratios. I don't remember what the CO2 moles in this line were. I should probably look at moles, not percentages. Uh, 134 kPa. So that's dropping, which is arguably good because that means if I get this pipe volume down low, that means I just need to put more CO2 into the system again and push that through, which means I'm back to cooling being the issue, which is not good. With that AC running all the time, this is at 28 degrees, slowly cooling. I think the main CO2 tank is now dropping slowly. Yeah, it's back down to 133 kPa. Hey, Zero. The mini trees are trying to beat Splitsy. You might be right, Glitch. You might be right. I don't know what to do about my safety settings for this, this filter. Because I want to keep pulling the O2 out. I think I might set it to 80. So it will switch itself off now, but I think that's a safe level because I think at 80 I should still be breathable in there. And it should create the flow that I want without, I mean, even 90 should be fine, but I'll go with 80. Let's go 80. Can someone in chat who agrees with me about the mushrooms explain the mushrooms and why I'm not doing mushrooms? To everyone who shows up after. Why did I just do that? This script basically does what I want it to do. Yeah, I don't want to use up O2. I want O2. O2 good. O2 not evil. Low CO2 is the evil here, not O2 high. What am I doing? I am checking on a filter, so not an air conditioner. It's filtration, isn't it? Yeah. I'm checking on the filtration unit what the pressure input is. And I want this set less than... No, I do want it set greater than. Set greater than, and I want it at 80 kPa. And I think this is in kPa. So I'll load the pressure input. If it's greater than 80, it'll set R14 to 1, which means we can then set the air conditioner to 1. Yield. Loop. Done. Confirm. Export. In you go. And it is now idle. Perfect. We need a mushroom bingo card now? We might do. But it's fair enough. The mushroom thing has only been today. It's just unfortunate. The nature of streaming means that people come in different times and you sometimes have to answer questions multiple times. And sometimes your chat says, what about the O2 pump? What about the O2 pump? What about the O2 pump? And I don't know whether they were messing with me now that I think about it more rationally. Were people messing with me? It's possible. It's very possible. Alright. I feel like we have reached the point where I need to get more gas throughput here. And I hate that. I hate that so much. Don't want that to be the problem. This took me so long to figure out a system that at least worked, if not super efficiently, but worked. I don't want to make more cooling systems. I don't want to. It was hard enough to get these ones. Oh, it's so much infrastructure to build. So much. Look at all this. Look at all this. I've already got 2 of them. Where am I even going to fit it? I didn't want to fill up the mid-row. Also, where am I getting the water from? Oh wait, I could probably use this water. I got enough. I might have enough hot water to put in there. Well. Just looking at this and thinking, It actually takes up a lot of room, and I'm then going to have to move a bunch of other things to make it fit in this space. Unless I implement a third one up at this height, so do another stack higher and move the heat exchanger. Might be the easiest thing to do. I mean, water is used because water is best for where I'm doing things. Where would I get the liquid nitrogen from, Zangetsu? I've got to cool it down in the first place. And nitrogen doesn't have the phase change where I need it for my cooling setups, whereas water does. So it has to be water. Yeah, so the water has to be the medium for my phase changes because of the temperatures that I'm moving through. I've been through this quite a few times looking at other options, and water is the only valid option for the temperatures that I'm working at. We don't have an alternative that works at those temperatures. Because water reaches high. There may be phase changes I could do at the lower end, but honestly, it ended up being just simpler to stick with water the whole way through. Part of me is tempted just to do a cascading set of air conditioners again and just build some more solar panels. Just forget the whole phase change thing and just smash it with air conditioners. I've got enough power now. And I could fit a lot of air conditioners into a fairly small space. Alright. I feel like I have to do more phase changing again. Let's just see how the room's going. Let's just had an idea. So we're up to 2.2%, we're at 76 kilopascals. It's moving in the right direction now. For the moment. So that gives me a bit of time. And I have an idea of what I'm going to do. I wanted to leave this central space fairly open. If I end up building these phase changes, they take up, because of the air conditioners and cabling and stuff, they effectively take up 2 rows. That means these 2, which means I'm left with this as the remaining row, which I don't like. But there's no reason I can't push this wall out. Or create a second room, which is probably smarter. And create a whole extra cooling loop room. Shadow Drake, I don't know whether we determined that I was... Actually, let's see. I've got a lot of throughput right now. This is at 261 degrees, 318. I can't remember if I was overwhelming the air conditioners with the phase change. Don't think I am. Because they're nearly 60 degrees difference, which is about as far as they can push. So you may be right. I may just need to duplicate the phase change setups in front. Have 2 phase change setups on each air conditioner loop. So I could possibly do that. And that could also be done without actually creating an extra full loop. Because I could run them on, like what I could do is just bring the phase changes, mirror them around, and just connect them up to the same water and stuff. And then there's just 2 phase change machines working on each one. And put another, like, extra heat exchanger, so an extra one of this, an extra one of this, an extra one of this, but operating on the same gas and water exchange, same gas and water volume. Is that a bad idea? Is there any reason that's a bad idea? The heat exchange rate of these is all around... Oh, that one's tiny. Why are these so tiny? Is it too hot again? Something else happened? No. Am I not overwhelming this? Do I need to... That's fairly hot, so that should get colder if I was doing things efficiently. Nylian, cooling the greenhouse still ends up going through this system. Because all of the heat energy I need to shift goes through this system to outside, this is the bottleneck. This is always going to be the bottleneck, because this is where it all has to go through. It doesn't matter where I'm shifting it within the base, it all eventually comes back to here, because there's nowhere else for it to go. Finders, the way that phase change works is that anytime a material changes phase from like gas to liquid or liquid to gas, an energy transfer takes place. Liquid being a higher energy state than gas. Lower energy. Higher energy. I'm going to get this the wrong way around. So, if you want to cool something, you can use a phase change from liquid to gas. Yeah, liquid's a lower energy state. So you can put a whole lot of energy into a liquid to make it turn into a gas, and then cool that gas through other means. But that's going to shift from your medium a whole lot of energy into that new gas. So your medium then becomes cooler. I feel like I need a whiteboard, and then I could explain this better. So basically, we have hot gas coming in here that meets with an evaporation chamber. The evaporation chamber takes heat energy from this gas that comes in and puts it into the liquid that starts at the bottom of this evaporation chamber. That liquid turns to gas, which is a higher energy state. And it takes a lot of energy to do that. So a lot of energy comes out of this pipe and goes into the gas that comes out of this end. That gas then goes through, comes into a condensation chamber where it is then pumped and squeezed down into liquid, pushing its heat energy into this pipe, which then goes into air conditioners and eventually to outside. Hopefully that made sense. Also, I'm going to fill in this hole just while I'm here and annoyed that I keep falling in it. have the materials at hand. There we go. It's at least less altar for it, falling. We got this last little bit here. Oh, Corbin, that's a very difficult question to answer. What was my favorite series? I don't really have a favorite. It's like having a favorite child. I mean, I have a favorite child because I've only got one child, but it's like having a favorite child. If I only had one, I can have a favorite. As soon as I have more than one, I don't really have a favorite. You can have a one that you like more each day than maybe the others, but you're not going to pick one over another. The inline condensers and evaporators require you to use pumps to do what these all-in-one machines do. Yes, you could probably make a larger system, but it's a lot more complex to get it to run safely, and is not something I feel I'm up to figuring out at this stage. I'm happy enough that these systems work. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do is make a whole bunch of machines and try and duplicate this setup, which means I'm going to need to move this pipe and the purple pipe,
Hydration critical.
which is annoying. How am I going to move this purple pipe? Oh, well, would I like to rearrange it? I mean, if I'd built a fully custom phase change loop, yes, I probably would have had a system that was more expandable. And if I ever do Venus again, or if I play on Vulcan or something, then maybe it would be something I would look at doing. But at this stage, there's a thing that's in the back of my mind anytime I think of projects that I know are going to take a lot of work to implement. And that is, there's a terrain update coming that's going to make my save need to be reset. I'm going to have to do a new start. So I'm like, I'd like to do things that I think I'll get finished so that I can feel that sense of achievement rather than doing things that I'm fairly sure I won't get finished. It's a bit annoying having that in the back of my mind, but it is there, and I figure it's probably better to at least acknowledge it. There we go. Purple is tidy. Ish. Oh, actually, I don't want to do that. It's going to delete some gas that I don't want to delete. There is no official ETA for the terrain update. But they keep saying things that make me think it's probably within the next couple of months. But I genuinely don't know how soon. But it feels like the sort of thing that could just come out of nowhere and they're like, hey, It's here this week. Anyway, tidy. Corbin, if you've watched Light Echoes, AA, Scrapyard, Survival Impossible, or maybe, I can't remember which one you said. I think you said maybe. Survival Unlikely, and then Wrong Way Up. Or you could do Survival Unlikely, Wrong Way Down, Wrong Way Up. And yeah, that's true, Darkwind. They did freeze the pre-update branch of Stationeers with the last update, so they're prepping. But that also could be because they just know that if they don't freeze it at this point, it's all just going to be a mess for them to try and figure out the other things that they're trying to do. Alright, CO2 line. Should not merge with the other lines. Should run lower, but perhaps could run around the outer wall. That might be better. I'm going to need a lot more pipe, I think. Much less efficient route. This should just be able to run all the way. And let's just stack those. I might go make some more because I think I need to probably replace this one. Oh no. Should be able to rip this up at the same time. I think I've got enough pipe pieces. Don't think it'll cause anything to explode. And come on. Bring off there, go around here. Then up onto the wall. That should work. And hopefully not get in the way of something else that I'm going to plan in the next week or so. Jockton, I have no comments on the Space Engineers update. I will not make comments on the Space Engineers update. I'll make weird breathing sounds. Yeah, my character will do that for me. That's reconnected. Let's get rid of this last little bit here. Tidy it up. Perfect. Now I've got room to make more phase change loops. So I need what? For each loop I need 2, 4, 6 of those and 3 counterflow heat exchangers. Let's see how that goes. So that is phase change device. Do I have any up on the wall? Don't think I do. That's not surprising. 6 of these. Is a gas exchange with traders plausible? Yes and no. Yes, it is a thing I could do, and I could buy a whole bunch of CO2, and there's a part of me that's even tempted to do that because it'll get the CO2 situation in the tank up to a point where I can find out if it really is just that I let myself run out. But then there's another part of me that's like, well, I should probably fix this problem anyway. What does the red blinking sad face mean? The red blinking sad face is that I stink, and I'm breathing in my own stink in my spacesuit. That's 3. Suppose I could probably leave these run. Actually, no, I'm not going to. I don't want to accidentally make more of these than I actually need. But I will go and feed and water my player character so that I don't keep the heavy breathing. I'll fix that in a sec. Yuki, well, there are some very good reasons not to open my faceplate. It's vacuum. It's not complete vacuum, but it's very close to. I would die. I mean, I'd deal with the stink, but I would die. I mean, I'd die quicker outside than the vacuum, true, but that's really not that positive a thing. Ah, yes. You'll die more slowly. Still gonna die, though. Alright. While my, cleanliness improves, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be back in a minute. Oof. My 1080 is struggling with doing the green screen for those capacs. Really need to probably look into
Power low.
how I might use, I think it's QuickTime has transparency on video that OBS might be able to handle, so that can be all pre-processed. But it is sad because my 3070 handled it just fine until it died. Stupid graphics card dying. Alright, let's put these phase change devices down here and just store them on the floor for the moment. I don't know what's changed and why they've suddenly become a problem recently. I don't know. I haven't updated OBS. I don't know. But the GPU is maxed out. Unless Discord's doing it. It would be delightful to be able to blame Discord. Counterflow heat exchanger. Need 3 of you. Yeah, the 3070 died a while ago. That was a while back. One sec, just filling up my water bottle. How many have I got? Did I just get one? Yeah. So let's check. Let's see what's maxing out when I do the be right back screen. This is finished in a sec. And be right back with mics on. Yep. Instantly, my GPU usage goes to 99% from like 37%. So it could have been a Windows update that's done something as well. Or it could have been a driver update. That's true. It might have done something and balked it. Could be a bunch of things that update that I don't get a choice about. Yeah, it's definitely being GPU limited. Alright, so pipe utility, liquids, liquid pipe utility kits, yep. Okay, so my thought... Oh, I need to put the frames down there. That's fine. Do that. Make sure they're all the way along. Yep. Oh. There it is. Don't have any specific plans for what I might do with the server after... Now that Scrapyard's done. I don't have any plans. Any ideas yet. I mean, I got ideas, but I'm not thinking about it. I've got other things that I'm sorting out before I really try and figure that out. So I want gas, liquid, going that direction, yes. There's the other one in my inventory. There it is. Okay. Then it is condensation chamber, evaporation chamber. No, evaporation chamber goes here in front of the other one. So yeah, this is my plan. This is how I'm planning on doing this. So it'll be kind of compact. There'll be a second phase change loop, but then the ACs are not going to be duplicated, just the phase change loops. Although I've done this wrong. Dang it. Shouldn't have had it mirrored. It needs to face forwards, because otherwise all the piping's going to be weird and confusing, and I'm going to mess it up. There's another phase change device there, and this needs to be a condensation chamber. Okay, all of the power cords are now pointing outward. Everything should be good. Now, I shouldn't need the inline tanks for this because I'm going to just duplicate off the existing ones. So I should just need a bunch of insulated pipe and insulated liquid pipe. And then I need to get some extra water in because it'll be lower pressure. Because there'll be a bit more going on. Alright, so these require me to build what? Wrench. What are you looking at? Phase change cooling. That's what you're looking at. A lot of it. Well, by my standards anyway. Oh, I'm one steel short. How rude. Hey, Phantom. Alright, let's, while I'm up here, replace the battery in this. Alright, what else did I need? I needed pipes. Lots of insulated liquid pipe. And I might move where the pipe utility kits are so that I can have them at the front row rather than the back row of devices. I should have enough cable on me for this. Yeah, I just need the gas and liquid pipes, and then I'm good. It is indeed nice, Dragnon, to have some completed spaces in the base, but I mentioned earlier, I my plan today had been to make more completed spaces, but the whole CO2 problem trumped that considerably. It's like, oh, you wanted to do decorations, huh? Well, fine. Let all your plants starve. Suffocate, I mean. Yeah, duplicated printers would have been part of the completion because that's finishing off this room. Now that I've disassembled the pipes going into the vents going into here, I could actually get rid of these pipes too. Which would allow me to finish off this room. Because that was one of the big parts holding me up. I couldn't put these frames in this wall. Oops. I'll check on the CO2 tank shortly. So I have to go back into that room in a sec anyway. Alright, let's get... Actually, let's just leave it at that. No, Dragnon, I did not have a birthday recently. Shadow did, though. Okay, let's set these up first and make sure they're identical. So this is set to 1 kPa. It's also set to 1. And this one is probably set to 20. And then 100, 6,000. I should get the label maker out for this one. Because that's a lot to do at once. Okay. So 20, 6,000, 1, 6,000, 1, 6,000. Cool. They're all correct. Now let's power them up.
Air tank low.
Air tank low. Let's deal with that before I suffocate. Thanks, Cal. Thanks for the raid and thank you for 29 months. Welcome, raiders. Alright, how do I... Ooh. Am I going to have enough power? Yeah, probably. We'll find out. Probably. And then I find out that I am actually going to burn out a circuit somewhere here, and it's going to be a nightmare to find because it'll be hidden slightly inside the voxel. It'll be great. It'll be just delightful. Oh, jeez. That was closer on the cabling than I thought it was going to be. Now we start doing the linkages. Oh, wait, no. I need to finish this off. Now we can start doing the linkages. So I should just be able to join them all up. Like join that to there, as it is on that one. Then water goes around the... Oh, no. I have to do this slightly differently because the cable's there. To go up, which is going to get in the way of that. No! Oh, I needed to leave an extra row. Oh, that's so annoying. That's so incredibly annoying. I needed one extra small block. I think it's actually going to be easier if I move everything. Oh, that is pain. That is so much pain. Yeah, actually, you're right. You're right. Never mind. Because I could do this instead. And then do this. And works as just the same. Yeah, good call. Also, that could allow me to leave these exactly where they are. Possibly. See. Oh no, they'll get in the way. The pipe out of here will get in the way. Okay. That's that bit done. Now let's get some blue spray paint. Mix these up as well. I think what I'll do is go from that bit. I think that'll look neatest. Then it's this bit that's going to be funny, so I need to remove the water fill. Because it'll have to go up front here. Yeah, it goes there. And that means this goes through... like that. And there we go, the water fill's reconnected. Yo. The pain of a factory game. Do you do the easy thing and work around poor planning, or do you rip it all down and start over? Decisions. I will almost always work around the poor planning. So I'm just my own worst enemy. In short. Okay. Where'd that go? There it is. Alright, so that loop is now duplicated. We are connected there, we're connected there. We are not connected here. That needs to be connected. But it's not quite duplicated. Almost. There we go. Now it's duplicated. So we're connected there, we're connected there, we're connected there. We're connected there, we're connected there, we're not connected here. This just needs to go back. There. And that should be all I need to make this work. Yeah. That's empty. Is probably what's going to happen now. There's not enough water in this system to run the two simultaneously. Oh. Now one of the heat exchangers isn't working at all? Did I not need to duplicate the heat exchanger? Could it have handled both of them? I'm suspicious the counterflow is not remotely maxed out for this. $18 kilojoules on that one, and 18 kilojoules on that one. So these are dumping heat quickly. Nine and 8. Yeah, stubborn does describe me. Yeah, does anyone who knows about it, should I get rid of these extra counterflow heat exchangers since they're not really required? I mean, it looks neat with the two of them. I'll admit that. But I guess for the loop for duplicating the loop above, I could probably not have them. Doesn't hurt to keep them, but I'm just thinking about the duplicating the next row up. Alright. I was meant to do this before. I was meant to check where my CO2 was at. We're down to 90 kilopascals, so it is dropping. Has dropped quite a bit. What about our room? What's our room at? Our room is at 3.4% CO2. So I need this higher throughput. Because I think this pipe network is still at 30 megapascals. Yep. So it's just about getting these little chunks of gas to cool down faster. Which is all dependent on getting these air conditioners to work as efficiently as they can and potentially even open up to have more than just the two of them. Because they are not working super efficiently. The temperature differential is only 16% efficiency. So that's pretty low. Which is actually the air conditioners are not tapped out. This is too hot, which means I need the phase change to cool it down faster. Okay, so I need more pipes. Let's get that. So I've got... I think I need more regular gas pipe. We'll get those the rest of those loops in. See if we can push those air conditioners to work a bit harder. Or allow them to work harder. Should say. It's interesting I didn't think about duplicating them this way before. I'm not sure why. I reckon someone almost certainly mentioned it in chat and I just didn't... It didn't click for some reason. Oh, why is my voice doing this? One sec. Just going to try and clear my throat. It's being annoying. Okay, I think that's better. There we go. Yay, voice. Yay. Power is, not as happy as it could be. I probably need to get more solar panels out after I've done this. Wait, why am I using up lots of power now? What am I running constantly? What? Oh, there's an is it the filter that's running constantly? No, because that's been idle a lot of the time. This air conditioner is running. So that's an additional cost, but otherwise I don't think I've added all that much yet. Weird. Have you tried turning your voice on and off again? Well, I think coughing is like your voice's reset button. Sometimes. My power situation on this base is confusing. It's very confusing. I don't really want to leave this running and end up coming back up here to 200 pieces of pipe. I'll just let this stack finish and then I'll grab it. We'll see how far I get with this. Just make sure I'm understanding the new setup. So you will now have 2 parallel cooling lines, each with 3 sections, each with 2 phase change setups in parallel. Yes, that is correct. Because the phase change bits seem to be the bottleneck. So if I can release that bottleneck a bit and put more and allow the air conditioners to reach closer to their maximum potential, hopefully my cooling will be more rapid. It's the goal anyway. I have no idea how much more effective it's going to be, but it does appear as though it will be meaningfully more effective. Because I do seem to be bottlenecked a bit. Where is it? There it is. Glad you enjoyed the Scrapyard finale. It was fun to make. Stressful at times trying to get it done in a time frame that I wanted, and certain copyright things got in the way of me doing it exactly as I wanted to. But yeah, it was a very fun thing to do with the group. That's that part done. Now I need to lube it. So in an ideal world, if I do this and it was super effective, I would end up with the line going to the air conditioners getting properly cold. So instead of what it is at the moment, which is 100 and something degrees. Yeah, 105 degrees. This should get colder. if what I'm doing is going to be effective. If what I do is more effective than what the air conditioners can put out. If it's not more effective than the air conditioner, I don't think I'll see anything. The only place I could see a change would be is if I'd gone up here and I'd timed how quickly a batch of gas goes through here. If I time that, then I can see whether that time is decreased because I'm moving that heat through faster. But I honestly don't know.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, hydration critical. But I guess the other end point I could use as a measure of is this working would be if the CO2 tank starts filling again. That's just a very slow end point. Difficult to read. Okay. Connected, connected, connected. Put the bottle back in here so I don't have to carry it. Connected, 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 and not connected. Now connected. We should be good. Woo! Almost a kilojoule! I don't know why this one's so much slower than the others. But that is more heat being moved than what there was before. Because there's 4.4 and 5.7. 10 and... nothing. What? Oh no. Why has that gotten a latent of none? What? Why does that one have no latent heat exchange? Is there not enough water for it to actually compress it? Probably isn't. Okay. Yep. I'll need to go fill up my water bottles again. Which is gonna require a bit of a setup. I'll get the rest of these loops finished and then I'll do the refilling of each stage. Okay. Just need to throw those there. This off. Fix this bit up. Same as before. Repetition. Repetition, repetition. At least in theory, I'm getting better at this. Practice I do wonder some days. Where are my great pipes at? There. True. It might be the bottlenecking by the evaporators, making it take a while till they balance out again. Cool. Oh, that's a bit of a mess that I'm going to have to fix. That's in the way. Bit annoying. It was all looking so neat until I had to do that. Alright, I gotta go get more... Wait, did I get exactly the right amount of water pipe? Water pipe connected. Water pipe connected. And water pipe connected. I think I got the exact amount. Cool. Nice. Poop. Right, this one's going to go around the back. It's not going to go joining onto the other bit, because otherwise that pipe's in the way and it's going to be weird. Go around here. Actually, do it this way. Do the bottom bit first, because otherwise it's going to be really hard to place. Like so. Then join these up. You hear a chirping sound? It's probably the birds outside. I can't really hear them right now. Maybe it is a game sound? Australia has noisy birds. Connected, connected. Connected. Connected, connected. Connected, connected. Connected, connected. Not connected. Last bit. Or is it HUD warnings? Do the HUD No. Do the HUD warnings have a beep? I didn't think they did. I certainly don't hear it. I now have to go deal with my heavy breathing, but let's just turn those on. As we are now running parallel setups. $110. Let's see if that gets cooler. I think it's mainly the middle loop that's going to need more water, but I'm just thinking about how to set up a system that's not going to explode the water canisters. Because the water canisters I need to deal with. Where are we at in here? 3.48% CO2. 79.6 kilopascals. It's heading in the right direction, so... Admittedly, that is without 20 of my ferns, but still. It's heading in the right direction. Food and water sorted. See you, Shadow. See you on Sunday for us trying to deal with temperature-related shenanigans. Yeah, those don't work. Liquid regulator. Liquid volume regulator. Back volume regulator? Okay, this will probably do what I need to do. Need it to do. And pipe utility. Yeah. Yeah. No promises. I may well still open another portal to hell. It could happen. Do I have any power near here? I'll have to steal it from over there. So I just want to set up a temporary thing to fill some bottles. And I think what I want is a back volume regulator. Because I want to make sure that the bottles don't explode, and they only take 12 liters before they do that. So it's... I think that's what I want. Anyone in chat? Tell me I'm wrong. No, that's not helpful. Output fullness, 50%. Okay, yeah, that seems like it's probably doing the right thing. Oh, I need more cable. I don't have enough. Curses. How much do I reckon I need? 20-ish? That's probably about right. Probably. I'm so into... So with the whole GPU thing on my stream PC, and I'm trying to think of any other workarounds other than attempting to make a QuickTime video that's got transparency, which didn't seem to work when I've tried it before, so I don't know whether I ran into a problem that I now understand the solution to or not. But another option I was thinking was risk it and see if I can find a cheap 30 series 3060 or something like that that might do better. Especially with people hopeful that the 50 series is arriving soon. Or buy an Intel one, because they're cheap. Wow. Real player. I haven't heard that name in a long time, Tincho. Huh. Has the pipe network got anything? Not got anything. I feel like this thing isn't doing anything. Oh no. It is 0.87 liters. That's not helpful. Hmm. Oh yeah. This is filling. Slowly. But it is filling. 3 liters.
Waste tank caution.
Deal with my waste tank and come back. Yes, it does make me feel a little bit icky talking about actually making something that's developed by Apple. But there aren't any other good alternatives of videos with transparency layers. Yeah, Road Soldier, I have so far managed to skip. Well, my 1080 is still kicking along. Like, it's still functional. It's just not working great for streaming anymore. But yeah, I went 1080 to 3090. And then I'm hoping. Okay, that's 6 liters, so let's go up to closer to full. My hope is that I can. There's a. I mentioned this before. There was a class action. That's the word. Maybe in the next 6 months to a year, I'll get a little bonus. That means I could afford to do a GPU upgrade for my main PC. And then the 3090 could go into the stream PC, which seems overkill, but I mean, if I've got it, I may as well use it. Alright, that's safely filling now, so let's start with this one because it was the one that seemed to have no exchange going on. But it does now. Latent of 7.9, 7.9. Latent of 0, okay, so this one needs more as well. I'm very fortunate to be in a position where I can sort of, kind of justify to myself doing these upgrades. Although, I'm not sure whether I'll still feel the same by the time the 50 series comes around, whether I'll still feel like I can justify it. Okay, we've got enough water in there now that that's getting heat exchange on both. What temperature does this come to? 105, it's the same! I have no idea if it's made any difference. Delightful. I have survived 144 days without dying. 144 of the 382 days in this save. Yeah, there've been a few times when I've been tempted to upgrade the 1080 to one of the Intel cards because they're so cheap for what you get. But I shouldn't really be spending money at the moment. That's my... yeah, the Intel Arc thing is the cheap way to get AV1. Although, I think I should probably wait to see if if the connectivity of my house gets its upgrade. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to talk about. I wanted to mention. I went and spoke, there were some guys working on the cables around my place. And I went up to them and asked them, and they're like, yeah, we're doing the NBN upgrade. It would have been faster, except the local council wouldn't give us approvals for the road closures we need, so we're still waiting on that. So we're just trying to do the other busy work until those approvals for the road closures come through. So there's a chance that I could get something, maybe, in the next few months. Yes, local bureaucracy, exactly. Oh boy. I'm not finding some uh okay, fine. Wow. The options are not great today for the dad jokes. Oh boy. All right, this one's gonna be pain, but I'm doing it anyway. My grandpa said he couldn't call me because of a ransomware attack. But Gramps doesn't own a computer and still uses an old school flip phone. I asked him what happened. He told me some guy grabbed my phone and ransomware. It all happened so fast. I think I put the emphasis on the wrong syllables as I read that too. How many points does it take to get a 30-minute stream of nothing but the less savory dad jokes you keep skipping? That's that. There's no price for that, Jax. No. No, I'm not gonna do that. Alright, I have achieved possible improvements. Let's go see what the CO2 tank is doing. It was a pretty decent pun, which is why I said it. It just wasn't a very funny joke. And I definitely got the emphases wrong. So that's going to keep dropping, but then it should... Okay, let's see how low this drops before it then goes up. Because this should be empty, right? Yeah. $82.6. Now it's pumping out. So it should then go up. So it went down to 82.6. And then where does it go down to next time after this goes out? It's gone up to 85 kilopascals. That's a bigger change than I anticipated with that. I'm up to 35 kilomoles of oxygen, sorry. I think we worked it out. I need like 120 something kilomoles. I feel like a me after dark stream would be me just playing Rocket League and getting angry. I don't like getting angry because Capac, hilarious when angry. It's the reason I make him angry. Me angry? Yeah. I'm too serious when I'm angry. Okay, so we've gotten it through. How low does it dip before the next batch comes through? Let's see. Have I checked on the plants in the last past hour to see if they're still alive? I have not. Not explicitly, no. I'm not going to move from what I'm doing right now, though, because I'm in the middle of testing something. And if I walk away, I'll miss the test. So if this doesn't drop down to 82.6, then the CO2 is going up because the cooling has been expedited to a point that it is now exceeding the pump downstairs. Capac and I poke each other constantly. I don't think either of us... sometimes we do miss it, but it's usually just fine. Fine, it's fine. I'll play along. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. I think despite us poking each other all the time, we do miss it a lot. Sometimes you play along because it's fun, and then it actually turns out that by playing along, you're irritating the other person more. And I don't know where that line blurs. It switches. Because there are definitely times where you're playing along, you think you're playing along, and then it's like, actually, am I now getting angry? I don't know what's happening. Oh, 27 degrees, and we're down to 84.7. It's only got 2 kilopascals left before this needs to come through. This needs to get down to, I think it's 15 degrees, so I think we're still gonna be running lower. Yep. How much are we losing out, though? And at 83. 19 degrees. Cool faster! Come on. 82.8? What? You're going up? Oh! So I'm gaining 100 pascals in this tank per cycle at the moment. That's not much. But it is not going down anymore, so that is a win, I suppose. Plants currently have 3.91% CO2. Thanks, Imarok. Thanks for the prime sub. Glad you enjoy it. Alright, I'll check on the plants. See how they're going. See what's happening. So I can also get some hygiene. Taking off my suit. All these plants are alive, so... yeah, I think we're good. These plants seem happy. Harveys are still doing their thing. We'll take these out while I'm here. That's a lot of ferns. Nice. Well, I think I'm still at the same point with the bottleneck in the cooling loop. I think what I need to do is go and duplicate the row above. So I've duplicated the lower row, but I need to duplicate the top row as well. But if I'm going to do that, I need more water. So I need to go and process these ferns and get some more hydrogen, well, sorry, more volatiles coming through. I keep saying hydrogen. It's not strictly hydrogen. That's a healthy supply of ferns. No, don't do that. All in the hopper, please. Yeah, you're full, I'm imagining. Yes. That's a weird way for that to fall. And you're not full, but you're probably going to fill up soon. I just empty it out while I'm here. No common. At this stage, no date for the update. Did I decide I could use this one for it? I think I did. Uh-oh. Wait a second. I set up a filter system to take off the hydrogen, the volatile. See, I do it again. The volatiles, didn't I? So they don't combust. Didn't I? Did I? I feel like I tried to do something last week to do that. Sort of. Sort of. It gets pulled off first. So as long as that doesn't get hot enough for it to combust with the oxygen, I should be okay. Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Just gotta do it. Process the biomass, please. You gonna get hot enough? Come on. Eesh. I have an older tutorial series for getting started in Stationeers, but I didn't get particularly far because then they changed the game on me. And the game changes so much that I have tended to not put the effort in to make tutorials yet. I've been perpetually waiting for the game to settle. But honestly, if you're willing to watch the longer form stuff, like my stream series run from beginning to, like, they run through the full process, so most should be able to be learned from that, particularly this series on Venus, because I run through a whole bunch of different challenges, and I've gotten so much further than I've ever gotten before. Hey, Pedro, the stationeering is, weird today, I would say. It's weird. It's been a tricky one. Alright, it's only 100 degrees in there, so that's going to cool down the output of everything else, so that's good. Now, I'm supposed to process this to get charcoal, so I'm not cheating, right? Because the biomass will go through twice. I reached a point with Archean that I really didn't have anything else I could do. So I stopped playing it because at this stage in its development, it's really beyond my skill set to do anything useful in it. And so I stopped because there are other things I could be doing that would be more content productive than, unfortunately, what ended up being the case. What ended up would have been the case if I'd gone to another stream and been just kind of watching wasted. There just really wasn't anything else I could do in the game. I feel like I phrased that better last week to be more representative of what I really meant, but that's kind of it. Yeah, it's pretty cold in the furnace. I think it's because the pollutant was going from liquid to gas, so it was absorbing a lot of that heat. What pressure do I need? 100 kilopascals. There we go. Wow, charcoal stacks to big stacks. Didn't realize that. It's quite convenient. Nice. And this should be producing some water soon. That's going to get some more water through. I'm going to chuck these upstairs. I might process some of these other things that are down here so I can hopefully have that all cleared up. Oh, nice. Steel. Bonus. What do I got this time? More steel. Electrum. Well, this is good. It's good to get these things tidied up. Put those over there for now. I can pick them up later. Grab those last ores downstairs. And these should be spinning up a whole bunch of biomass. Yep. Those are definitely going to be the bottleneck, the centrifuges, for any production I have, but at least I am getting some production. Okay, cool. That's me done in here. What did I need to do next? What was I up to? Oh, I'm glad you I'm glad you enjoyed the rewatch of RVs at War, Grisbear. That was a lot of fun, silly things that Shadow and I managed to get up to in that. So CO2 is barely climbing, but it is going to slowly climb in the tank. CO2 in the greenhouse is okay. Battery power is a-okay. So I probably should build the next duplicated loop once I've got enough water for it. See how much water I've got in the tank. Yeah, only 16 litres. I don't have enough. There's 36 litres there. Maybe I do, because that's 3 canisters, and that's kind of what I put in this one. So yeah, I probably do. All right. $16.3, nothing. Yeah, I don't think I need the extra heat exchangers, so I'll just duplicate everything else and leave the heat exchangers as is. So I just need the 6 devices. And do I have all the materials for that? I'm not sure I actually did. Oh yeah, I do. Is there anything else I could do that's going to improve my efficiency? Is a smaller batch more efficient, or is a larger batch more efficient? Or is it not going to matter because my batches currently max out the cooling system anyway? Guess it's not going to matter if they're maxing it out regardless. So I'm thinking if I had small batches, then it would be the processing time of getting those through, and that could bottleneck it, and then you make the batches larger up until you get to the point I'm at, where at some point it eventually maxes it out. Because the larger the batch, the less time it spends in the filling phase, I suppose. Because I don't feel safe doing a continuous system. Yeah, I don't think it loses anything with a big batch. Because the batch comes in, it fills the space to a couple of megapascals. And then once it gets that fully cooled, it's the time it takes to pump that out that is the downtime. But during that downtime, I think the air conditioners are still pushing the coolant to a lower temperature. So I don't think it matters. I think it's the cooling is still running constantly. If the air conditioners switched off at that point, then it'd probably be an issue, but I don't think they do. More AC units on the left side with smaller temp gaps. I don't think the AC units on the left side are actually maxed out. I think they've got more capacity to push through than is being used. We can check. Because if the temp... Sorry. If the ACs are being maxed out, then the lower one should be higher temperature than the top one. If the ACs aren't, then they should be about the same temperature. 260 and 330. Oh, maybe they are getting maxed out. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Okay. The top end ones are being maxed out. So that's a big difference that could only really be that the air conditioners aren't able to work anymore. Where could I do that neatly? What could I do to make that look tidy? Yeah, I've got... Obviously, outside temperatures are 465, dropping to 440. So it's kind of 20 degrees each one. So I probably want to have 2 or 3 more in that circuit. That's almost certainly going to overdraw the transformer, though. Maybe. I don't know. How much does an air conditioner use? Oh, it doesn't actually say its maximum power usage in the thing, does it? It's annoying. It's rather annoying. I think I need to move this filter over and just put the next 2 in front. Same on the top row. There, Colin. The gaps left by the heat exchangers are probably a bit too far away to make use of them. That'd be a lot of extra piping to put the air cons in there. It'd be quite cumbersome. I think just coming out this way and moving this filter over to here to allow me to put 2 more and run with 6 rather than 4 might do what I need to improve the cooling. Can't believe it. This many months on and I'm still messing with the cooling. Venus is brutal. What is the outside atmosphere made of? Pollutant, CO2, and nitrogen. All right, turn you off. Grab that. Grab those. Let's disassemble you. This. This filter is just my jetpack filler. There might be ways to use the storms to my advantage and actually fill with storm air just to create a little bit of a heat sink so that there is somewhere I can dump it. Increasingly, I'm tempted to try and figure that out. Because it'd mean having to set up a script with storm sensors and other things like that. But that also feels like something that is a full project, as in that would take me all of a stream to figure out and get functional. Or maybe even more than that. But it is something I'm getting increasingly tempted to look at and see if I can figure out. Oh, wait. Here's where I wanted that. No. Kiwi above. It doesn't work. What you're talking about is kind of adiabatics, and it doesn't, unfortunately, the system doesn't actually let you do that. properly. I mean, you can use that as a phase change method, but the amount of energy cost to do that is the same as, yeah, but basically the temperatures required to work those sorts of things doesn't work. So one of the problems that we have with Venusian outside temperatures is that nothing liquefies at those temperatures. So if we have a look, we go, say, water, because water is the thing that is liquid at the highest temperature. Outside is hotter than that. So pollutant will also always be a gas up at the temperatures that we're talking. It will always be a gas, no matter what you do. You cannot liquefy it at the temperatures that are outside, so you can't phase change directly. Yeah, water might be able to barely be at liquid with, may barely be able to be a liquid at those storm temperatures, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. Oh yeah, Tryson, I actually do use the Venusian outside air as my furnace. I've got one furnace that just runs purely on outside air, when I only need those temperatures and don't need anything higher. Yeah, unfortunately, unless I create a system that pumps a whole lot of outside air into a tank and only does that during a storm, I have to run the air conditioners constantly. But honestly, maybe that's what I should do. And next week, that becomes my big project, is setting up a storm dump. And this pipe here is my storm. I connect that, like, put some big tanks outside, probably a couple, and big powered vents, so I can suck in a lot of gas quickly. And anytime there's a storm, suck it in, fill it up. Anytime as soon as the storm ends, switch them off, work through that, and as soon as it reaches a particular pressure, just open up valves to then allow access to the regular Venusian air. But that could be more power efficient and allow my cooling to be much more effective, because does anyone know offhand what the Stationeers Venus storm, what the temperature is? Atmosphere 460 Celsius. What is it? Does it say anything about the storms? No. $360. So it's 100 degrees less, which is not insignificant. Like, that could be enough. Like, that could be enough to make it worthwhile. And especially as I could just put the tanks outside and set up the system outside. That would also mean I wouldn't need to have more ACs in here, because I'd be 100 degrees cooler on this. Huh. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe that's the way I go. Yeah. I've never done anything with storm tracking, so I'll need to do, like, I have a weather station and stuff, and figure that out. Which is going to be tricky, because I played with it only briefly while TFE was playing with it in the Terraformers series. Yes. Or just measure temperature. That's how I do it. That would make some sense. Yeah. Yeah. Could just measure the temperature and only pull in gas at a certain temp. Yeah. Yep. That makes a lot more sense. All right, that's the plan for next week. I'm going to wrap it up here. As I said, when Shadow headed off, we'll be back with more of our attempts on Vulcan with a brutal start on Sunday. Probably dying a whole bunch more, but learning some things. And deciding, I guess, whether Vulcan will be a planet I actually ever want to play on properly. Assuming we don't get things up and running. I think we're doomed to fail on our current run that's going, though. So, be interesting to see what we figure out. And with Shadow being hopefully a bit less tired, although she's got a new PC, so she's probably not going to be less tired, maybe she'll come up with some good ideas. But yeah, I'll have that on Sunday. Hoping to get a video out on my channel by then. We'll see how I'm going. I'm working on a tutorial at the moment. And then there's a couple of other videos that'll be coming out. Next week, I will not be streaming at this time because I will be in Melbourne. I am planning on doing a stream while I'm away at PAX. But as it'll be from my laptop, I'm sort of limited in what I can do, but there will be a stream while I'm down there. At least one. Maybe two. I'll probably be early in the morning, so, you know, around this sort of time, but not for as long. Because I've got PAX to go to. So yeah, there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then.